Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Oh, oh, we here, we live, we here. Okay. I didn't do anything offline last night, so we're still exactly where we left off. Okay. Better rod. Alright. The Rising Stones. Mordona. Let us go. What, what you got for me, Minfilia? What now? We defeated Leviathan. The only other primal we haven't even seen is the Sylph's primal.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo. Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing.
Ooh.
When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul, but never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy. It was of this that Elidibus spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness. To most, it is but a fairy tale, yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Asians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long.
Oh, did you find something?
Oh, I was just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
So someone's got the power to just wipe whole places from existence.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
I like that guy. Revolution against the Syndicate? I sure hope so. These are the exact same earrings. Revolution? Oh, be praised, it is you. We are ready and willing to work, same as the Domans. Just give us a task and we'll see it done. Beg your pardon, Intersenate. I ain't so good with words. We've been living off the scraps in Ul'dah for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one what got took. They say there's work, but there's not for an honest man. Not as wouldn't sully his soul sooner than his palms any road. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but it ain't near enough. It's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where, and then it came to me. Revenant's toll. I mean, you took them foreigners in, didn't you? So you'd surely do the same for us. No, Tataru. Ill tidings from Ul'dah, my lady. Alphino has been wounded. I cannot say for certain, but I fear it might be. According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went wild, apparently, lashing out at any and everyone. Can't be right. Why would they? They must have been provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Seven hells, now the Blades have an excuse. They'll round us up and kill anyone who tries to resist. Senate, please, if you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we've got. We are not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. However, until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I'm not certain of what aid, if any, we can provide. The authorities determine that the refugees attacked without provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Alphino quickly. If he is in danger or worse, I would have you and none other by his side. Thank you. Pray you do not concern yourself with this matter we were discussing earlier. Ida and Papalymo will see to it. Alphino is being treated at the Hourglass. Hurry, Pika. They done shanked Alphino. Oh fuck. They gonna get in there.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life. To an Ul'dah, money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'Dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers. While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Dolmens asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest, nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Oh. Good then, will you accompany to the Hall of Flames out here what General Bond has to say on the matter? Honestly, you just need to get rid of, like, Lord Lolorito. Fucking dude's an asshole. Get rid of him and everything's grand. Now's not a good time, Pico. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. Elfino, back on your feet already? You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons. My memory of the riots are still somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation? Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest had spread to the surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remained throughout Thanaline. We've sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They are damnably elusive. You can well imagine, given that the majority of refugees live outside the walls, it stands to reason that they would know the lay of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. Need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between the Ul'Da citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away, but wouldn't the motivation would that motivate a starving man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. What of those who have not even a single gil to spend? Who could survive without the aid provided by the immortal flames? Surely they would sooner sell a weapon than bring it to bear against their benefactors. Come to the point. Very well, my point, General, is that the powder keg of discontent was not set alight by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and... Now order must be restored. That's my first duty. Until it's done, any investigation can wait. I do not have time to discuss this. My scouts will be returning in awe. General is no fool. He keeps his own counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim, without the necessary proof, that these riots were instigated by outside forces, the monetarists would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultana have been the most outspoken proponents of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticism in the days ahead. Our allies may stumble upon the truth in time, but I have far more faith in your abilities, Pika. Therefore, I propose we conduct our own investigation independent of the authorities. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commander Swift will know which they are. He may balk at the request for such information, but I've no doubt you can persuade him with your silver tongue. I, meanwhile, shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can regroup and share our findings. Well then, shall we? Okay. At last hope. You frickin' Berga. You mean those refugees? I know you won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow, but awfully opinionated. Can't say I was sad to see him go. For the Sultanate, are we? I take it means someone has read my report. Refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return. I'm increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicions were correct. You haven't the foggiest idea what I'm talking about, do you? Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka, and he will explain everything. Leo Frick bid you speak with me, then I take it you've agreed to help. So I'll be praised for that, because we haven't a moment to waste. Everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under that fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution, of holding the ruling class to account, and taking that which is owed, a childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our idealists has returned, however, the madness of the merchant's plan is plain for all to see. Look behind yonder tent and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently. So traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words beyond the fact that he was not alone in surviving. Yet I've no doubt the merchant will lead the remainder to their doom. I beg of you, find them before he does. Don't draw. Why didn't you run away with me? We could have escaped together, then you'd be here with me. Be others with me. Why did you have to stay and leave me alone? What do you want? It's true, I followed the merchant and made the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited. He split us into 2 groups and sent us off on our own. When the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, and then they started arguing, and then fighting, and then everyone was fighting, and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and oh gods, the other group, they're still out there. If we don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. Uh... Well... You beat him like it was nothing. The hell almighty, what are we gonna do now? The stone's throw to recruit others. He's told me to stay with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man from Uda. The man said they were gonna change everything, make it so we could live inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Say, mister, are you looking for someone? I mean, the man who left with my parents, but I don't know where he... Hey, look over there. I think that's him. He's getting away. Go get him, mister. You again? Why are you pursuing me? Sedition, treason, revolution? That's preposterous. Who has filled your head with these lies? Refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorized the street of Ulda? Ha! You have no evidence to prove your accusations. None. No, I will not accompany you to the Hall of Flames. You have no right to detain me. For the sake of argument, let's say I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I give a geeker's arse about politics. It was business, only business. Both know I'm not the one you want. However, if you agree to protect me, I swear I shall tell you everything. What's all this commotion? 7 hells. So the others spread out and search the area. The killer may still be close. Old adventurer, I would know more about your relationship with the victim, as well as the events leading up to his death. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we owe his murder a debt of gratitude. In any case, it is obvious you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry on with your investigation, Scion. Well, someone's causing some trouble. News Pika, where's the merchant? Murdered? Damn it all to the 7th hells. He was not simply murdered, Pika, he was silenced. Too many knew his face and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair though, he may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you returned. He wished to discuss your recent discoveries, as well as the results of our own investigation. Master Alphano has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Hey May, how's it going? We've been expecting you, sir. Please proceed inside. Oh.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination. Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate.
Until your doctor has any availability today, or if you need to go to urgent care instead. Oh, you alright?
Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. feel a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters. It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji. But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Oh, okay. Just a bump.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill. A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
So they're all assholes.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Why do we have the Syndicate again?
Forgive
Like,
me,
fuck these
what could
guys.
possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate? And, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate.
Omega.
Pardon?
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger. We know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Allagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cotonou Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon, one which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Ooh.
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
That he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Uldar.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
Well then. Should be glad to know the truth, and yet, the thought all this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega from the Scions? That they even felt the need to do so is most troubling. Be in our best interest to learn more of the military activities in disputed territories. You are, of course, the scion best suited to the task, Private Gibraltar. Do take a moment to visit Maelstrom Command and make inquiries at the earliest available opportunity. Begone, whelp. This is no place for children. I'm sorry. I was looking for you, mister. You said you were looking for the man who left with my parents. You know this girl. So he visited Stonethrow as well, I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? They were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. If you like, we can go and look for them together. Really? You'll help me look, mister? Of course, but first I must needs finish speaking with my friend. He's telling me a secret, you see, so no one else is allowed to listen. Mayhap you could wait for me by that pillar over there. We require but a moment. Oh, mister, I'll be waiting. I'll take her to the quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of Garleans, an aether-starved primal. Even dealing with Ossians would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear Medvillia is too ambitious. We rush hither and yon in response to threats as they arise, without concern for the strain it places on our limited resources, and ourselves. Maybe the time has come for a change. Because this is Medvillia, I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant's Toll with all due haste. The situation in Twelveswood has taken a turn for the worse. I'll explain in detail once you arrive. Twelveswood, then the primal thirst she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of Ixali activity, which leaves the Sylphs? Go, Pika, you know as well as I that the appearance of a primal takes precedence over all else. Oh, and when you arrive, do inform the Antecedent that I am grateful for her concern. She needn't fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Yep, the Sylphs. The only one we haven't fought yet. What do these quests offer, by the way? Use Kaiser. Before I go do that, let's just run up do this real quick. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. At some point, I'll have to go around and do all these blue quests. Actually, I might as well pick them up while I'm near, and then just hold on to them. Alright. It's disturbing. Clearly, the only injury Alphino suffered was to his ego. Doubtless will heal ere long. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you're ready to begin, I will summon them now. Ramu. Well, I told Papa Limo I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Ramu once, right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came tramping through the forest. As long as the Castramorian stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement the actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in VoD drove a number of refugees to seek safety in their concealing canopy in the trees. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceive this panicked migration as yet another invasion and quicken their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the kobolds once again. It is the affairs of men which have paved a way for Primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be it that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Pika, through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has traded with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since the time of immemorial. But this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seedsia has requested your personal involvement, Pika. Pray report to Commander Hulu at the Adder's Nest as soon as you're able. Seal yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful revolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. At first it was like, oh shit, the primals. Now it's just like, oh god, the primals. Ugh.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other primals you have encountered, Lord Ramu is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations.
Will do.
The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramu himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You You have my thanks. Pray make a little solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin.
All right. Got a new lord to go after.
The wind blows through the forest. Yet, it is not only the Twelves Wood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Get the science, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the Primal Ramu himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I've been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak. That we may ascertain the location of the Lord of Levin we might be found, I would ask that you bide here until they return with their findings. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finished their investigation. I did not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched one summoned Lord Ramu. Your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow Scions? It would be one's pleasure, Walking One. Please, please, come with this one. Wise ones have ventured deep, deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. Oh hey, I need to kill some of you. This one is most sorry, but this one cannot go no further. Draw too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touch ones. So this one must say farewell for now. Walking one will find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety. Walking one. Havoc in their skin-changing magics. It's no wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Ishto's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. It's quite enough, Papalimo. My apologies, it's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I finished measuring etheric activity in the area. I am pleased to say I've reached an indisputable conclusion, to wit, that Ramu was called forth in the vicinity of the Silsaitherite. Come, Pika. The Lord of Levin awaits.
Betrays thee, servant of hiding. Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Redanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much, not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking? charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye. But there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial. If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
Oh.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Urianger, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
Wheel. Oh, oof. Sylph Sathray. Lord Ramu. Primal of Lightning. Oh, damn. Okay, this one's pretty fucking cool. sage with us. Yeah, this is a cool fight, I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah. That one was pretty cool, okay. The music there was really good as well.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light. And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin, A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, the truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians. But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Ooh. That one was pretty cool. I enjoyed that fight. The music was really good. Lord Ramu, best primal. Or kindest primal at the very least. Wisest primal. What little gods are made of.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth. Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Nailed it. I'd hoped Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone. Nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal's sudden challenge. It seems that Urianger too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Pika? Shall we gather back the rising stones and ponder the lessons of the day? And then how do we figure out how's the refugee issue affecting Lumensa? What of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you? I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedent. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ossian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Urianger, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the Primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior. Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
"'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated."
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape. Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
"And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body."
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
"A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh."
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits, should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth a distance, unto the shore of the ethereal seas, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection...
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Sharlayan survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
Now the matter of Ramu has, for the present, but the rest, there's something I would show you, Pika. It's the letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Orzian Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions in particular the names of all of the defeated primals. Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Moggle, Mog the Seventh, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Pika, and Eorzea is that much safer in your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm till such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own. That is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all of this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace, we owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the sylphs of Little Solace who wished not of conflict. Of the Alamegans and the Domans who stand with us, determined to halt the dread march of the Empire. Then there are the many unsung individuals who have gathered here in Revenant's Toll, honest men and women who seek to employ their skills for the good of all. Alright. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, guys. Alright. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ossians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Descendant. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Alphino, I take it the troubles in Voda no longer require your attention. There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from You recall the refugee girl, the one whose parents were missing. They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. My Alphino, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. Pika, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozon was his name, and I believe he had some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? I shall also pick this up. Venture who best the Garlean Empire's general, are you not? The great Pika Gisraltar himself. Amazing! More than a little serendipitous, one might even call it fate, but I recently received word of a truly unique opportunity, you see? An opportunity the like of which none but one of your proven worth could take advantage. The reward? Not less than the accumulated knowledge of fallen civilization. The risk? A single misstep could cost you your life. What is a little danger to a storied hero such as yourself? Man with absolute confidence in his own abilities stands to profit handsomely from this venture. No, I crave no recompense from my part in bringing the opportunity to your attention. The historic discoveries you shall make will be reward enough, I assure you. If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, I bid you seek a man by the name of Rambrose at St. Coinach's Fine. It is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold. Wait, no. He's still in the fucking... God damn it. There you are. Look, it's Mr. Pika. He's back from his adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. Wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all of the Domans. How do you think you could train us today, Mr. Pika? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder, Mr. Coltonet. Did you know that Mr. Pika is back? So it would seem. Welcome home, Pika. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coltonet. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the art of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we are not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. And we were just asking Mr. Pika if he could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside him, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Pika? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhaps I am. But what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, Pika? Would you consent to spar with me? Hooray, we're gonna have a tournament. Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. Not try to disappoint them, Have faith, Coltonet. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Ah, the weather today is purple. It's good of you to agree to this, Pika. I trust you are ready to begin. Very well, let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hori, are you certain you wish to fight him alone? This is Pika you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Pika to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Point is well made, but remember this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Ida? What? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned Pika's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You'd best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder. We shall soon see. On guard. Oh, such power, the tails barely do you justice. Mr. Boulder won't lose, will he? It's not over yet, it can't be. The children have the right of it. Just time I join the fray, on your feet, Hori. No, he looks hurt. Mr. Pika's so strong, but you can't give up, Mr. Boulder. A proper show. I must admit defeat. 'Twas an honor and a privilege. You bested me. I yield. That was incredible. He beat them both at the same time. You knew you couldn't lose, Pika. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. I have much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Impressive as always, Pika. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on the faces of many, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is the most fitting title. Do you recall when we first met? It was at the memorial service for the Battle of Cartonu. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea, sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. Shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius, in the order he proposed to enforce. Legatus's single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned this realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nation too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land nor its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that face blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. He wished to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are a scale that cannot be solved by the signs of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, it is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ossians is a new expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you'd aid me building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stone. Thank you for coming, Pika. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring... Geez, I need to get back into playing the main story quest. I think you'll pass me on this stream. I'm trying to get to the point to where I can get the Astrologian. I don't... Like, you have the gates in Korthus, and they're like, yeah, we can't let you through to the pillars because you're not one of the holy, or whatever shit. And it's like, God fucking damn it. Three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the desperate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. The realm-wide Grand Company, if you will, the military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land, and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. Think you're about 50% done with the Realm Reborn, maybe? I have to look. Ugh. Yeah, because I went and I defeated the other two primals, Leviathan and Ramu, and then there's the big thing with the Omega weapon, and... Gotta deal with the Omega weapon now that's being looked at by the fucking merchants of Ul'dah. The longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It'll be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accord to the Scions. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being primarily a military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing a fledgling organization under the authority of the Antecedent. Okay, so we're turning the Scions into a grand company. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goal of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, it is yet necessary that I visit three leaders and gain their official approval. Tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. First destination will be Limsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. How much time have I put into this game so far? 168 hours. Before I picked it back up, I was only at like 10 to 20 hours, if that. Whew. Whew. I'm gonna check my shit. Okay. Good news, you're 81% to a realm reborn. Oh, 81%. That's a lot. To Lenosha. If you do /playtime, you can see how much time you put into that character. Three days, 3 hours, and 16 minutes. So, 24, 48, 72, 75. 75 hours and 16 minutes. Into just this character. I have another character that I have the solo character that I got past the main Realm Reborn before patch quests. There you are, I'm ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blufiswin. While the Admiral and I are finalizing promissory boundaries and signing parchment, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavored to spread the word of our organization through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for the potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they're willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. And you needn't range into the countryside, the upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidate to suit our purpose. Once you're satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter that we might prepare for our next leg of the journey. Ooh. You. Any organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity, I must say your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there's time to act and time to watch, and I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Alright. Don't be there for the start of something grand. See if I care. Master Alphina's organization, yes, I've heard the formation of this trial company was in the offing. It is with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Yellow Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lominsa must needs receive my full attention. All these guys are gonna miss out on the great opportunity. After returning from my doctor appointment, going into Lurk Cave, I shall return. You're almost there. Keep pushing. I will. Ooh. Who the bloody hells you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodden knight in shining plate. If you're looking for self-righteous fop, try knocking at the dandy Valiant's door. Alright, bitch. Calm down. Calm down. Precursor to the United Eurasian Grand Company. While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Naldik and Vimelis keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skill as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Something tells me we're asking all the wrong people. Wait, Pika, I'd never forget a venturer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into the Titan's bedchamber. You remember Oriole, don't you? Formerly of the Company of Heroes, 3 whistles at Bronze Lake. It ain't often I drag my arse out of Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? You looking better, new crew, top tier work? Sounds like a right lark, it does. Alright, lad, count me in. Heroes may have gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into me grave just yet. Alright, we got one. A former Company of Heroes man, we've got one. Someone who was there to slay Titan the first time. Pika, your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa Liminsa. A member of the legendary Company of Heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice, if you could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seedseer proceeds as smoothly. Pray continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nifika's altar. How's it going, Orbix? Howdy, howdy, howdy. It's going good. That's good. That's good. That's good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm getting through the rest of these patch story. Audience with the Elder Seedseer is due to commence momentarily. I would be grateful if you would once more see to the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates has run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Ah, yes, the AR patches, yep. I really, really, really want to try the Astrologian, but I'm not there yet. That is what has been pushing me forward. The Astrologian looks really cool. Aesthetic-wise, I'm not sure exactly how they play. I hear they do a lot of buffing and shielding and debuffing. Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentis, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Bascarin's. Of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if Gal had changed me more than I realized. Not that I have any peculiar wish to be recognized after my shameful conduct. For the ways of healing, eh? Yeah, so I've tried Monk, and it was like, alright. And I swapped, on that character I swapped to Arcanist, which was pretty interesting, but very heavy on button pressing. And keeping an eye on all your resources. I evolved that into both Summoner and Scholar, and I naturally just Scholar felt like fun. And then this character I just started as a Conjurer, and I've just stuck with this Conjurer White Mage this whole time. So I've tried Pugilist Monks. I've tried Arcanists into Scholars. And I've done Conjurer White Mage. After my shameful conduct. The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. And what of you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Brooding, eh? And what's your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stand, the Wood Whalers have not more to do with me. This may just be my second chance I was looking for. Revenant's toll, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this. I promise you, I am a changed man. I see. Fair enough. I've just become an all-rounder at this point, but I was definitely funneled into DPS cool and easy when I started. No, you want to talk about easy. You want to talk about easy. Scholar easy. Bro, you just sit there and it auto heals for you. You just occasionally press a button that shields your whole group. And then it's a one-button rotation to deal damage. Man, Scholar's easy. It's my highest healer. Yeah. Honestly, if I wasn't just straight pushing for Astrologian, I'd probably convert this character to a Scholar. Or I'd go and work on Scholar. Grandfather, I must call today. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back give up on you for good. Terribly sorry, we were just... Oh, Pika, isn't it? It has been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you've come. Mother Mune tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf. And now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order? Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it. This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. Man, this place already has more signees than Limsa did. They're all, we're pirates. I'll just wait and see. My duty lies here with Limsa. Like, okay. Oh, surely you'll join us too. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions. I am both puzzled and honored by your invitation. Pray forgive me, young master, but I cannot accept. Oof. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear the responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. Fair enough, suit yourself, pal. I assume that's just the Hawk Manor increased difficulty. It is not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. This company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. Suit yourself, pal! For my part, the Underseed Seer was most amenable to our requirements. Former wood whaler and a seasoned adventurer, our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Ul'dah whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavor to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. Actually, we'll just airship. That's cheaper. Only 120. We're right here. Have you been liking the game so far? Plenty of time tend to find early game a slog, so I was wondering how you fared. Okay. So, I myself, personally, sticking straight to the main quest line, I had been doing my own voice acting for all the characters. It's fantastic, I know, it was amazing. And that kept me interested, and I actually enjoyed the story. My two friends, however, are not the same way, and they're just ready to get through the story. We're all enjoying the game. I'm just actually enjoying the story, and they're just kind of ready to rush through it. Ul'dah, the Gilded City, where one's fortune defines one's worth. We have some manner of fortunes with us, and that this final leg proves successful as the previous two. Might I suggest ascending to the lower levels before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting, Pika. Wait, you're the man who came to Little Omega looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might happen if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Anyway, the disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make of myself a more worldly man, so here I am. New company of champions? You say it'll take me to all corners of the realm? Sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity you need, and don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. Alright, that's one. If we can get more than 2, then Ul'dah will have contributed the most people. Story to sit and enjoy. This is a story to sit and enjoy personally, just not everyone has an eye for that, which is understandable. Like, I mean, I get it. There is a lot of bloat between the main story points. But, like, the bloat kind of give context to the main story points. And if you don't pay attention, you don't know which are the main story points and which is the bloat. Oh, I know this glorious. I know this glorious. Just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers in the streets say your organization is funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. No? We're not funded by corrupt coin. Company looks to cure the ills of the Roman Empire. Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next all over, let alone conundrums of a neighboring nation. Suit yourself. We got in here. I'm sorry you wish to recruit me. Is this some new-fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? I'm afraid you are wasting your time. This lady's already spoken for. Good day to you, sir. So we've gotten one recruit from Ul'dah. Oh, you. Oh, what a happy coincidence. Do you remember me, perchance? I am Orson of the Church of Saint Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on dry bones less fortunate. Most upsetting business. You here with your companion Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek then. The proposed organization sounds a powerful force for good. My place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you wellness energy. So yeah, we got one from Ul'dah, we got 2 from Gridania, and we got 1 from Limsa. Hey, Gridania's got the biggest share of the people. Let's see. Oof. Alright, where are you at, Elf? Oh, we gotta speak with you at the Royal Promenade. Fuck. As someone who sealed themselves through doing every quest and side quest I get, besides very specific cases like higher and higher in content, I've come deeply invested in it in the world. Yeah, I've intentionally been avoiding the side quests to not slog myself down. I only do the blue ones with the plus sign. Not all of them, but some. But when I come across them. How fared you, Pika? What hidden gems did the streets of Ul'dah offer up to your unrelenting gaze? A single Alamegan youth? Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. These troubled years following the calamity, talk of yours, your salvation must seek akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories you yourself have won. Thank you, Pika. I will not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. Hold on. And yes, we are free to begin, as you no doubt surmised. Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessings. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed and the finances secure. There's not to prevent me from taking the next step. I am going to order myself some food. Apologies, one moment, guys. You're concerned by the syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinized and recorded. The organization will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as far as for the rumors and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one at a time. Again, apologies, 1 second, I'm just getting myself some. Even without all I've done, I'm sure I'd be just as enthralled. It's just my completionist mindset pushing me. I feel that. I'm already looking at things and like, man, I can be a big, like, collector here. Start collecting everything. Oh, god damn it. Okay. I have some food ordered. Or good. That will not be an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for the united Eorzea. Pretty fucking shit. Okay, I'm here now, realizing you have a Twitch and I prefer watching streams here. Yes, I do in fact multi-stream. I multi-stream to YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and Twitter. The more locations, the better, and also streaming to YouTube makes it easier to direct upload all my VoDs. So if you ever miss a VoD and you want to go back and see my progress thus far, feel free to check my YouTube. It will be there.
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the Primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Kalechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'Dan law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
'Tis not over. Back to Mordona. That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat. But I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of all our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services, Pika. I am certain the Antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Level up! Greetings, Pika. Alphino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scions shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alphino to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves have been left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late. and I wonder if Slaffborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? Will do. Alright, Slaff boy. How we looking? Oh, cutscene. What can I do for you, Pika? Thought you'd have your hands full helping out with the new arm of Scions. Huh, I barely noticed your recruits arrive. 'Twas barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters we have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slav bar, the shipment, we couldn't... Gods, woman, what befell? We were bringing the shipment to Revenant's Toll, provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over to Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. They were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. Heretics? Quarthus? There's not to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take a rest and I'll have someone along to tend to those wounds. What to do? Heretics are involved, and this is like to be more than a case as simple as thievery. Ishgard will need be informed. Whence do these supplies originate? House Fortemps. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are appraised of this development. Pika, were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Fortemps? I'll be sending them a missive immediately, of course. But I would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradicted my earlier hopes to lighten your load. But I need someone who can help bring this incident safely to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favorable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I'm certain Lord Horshafant will be glad of your assistance. Am I gonna get in to where I can become an astrologian soon? I sure hope so. Perhaps. Well, well, if it isn't my fine friend, Pika, would you care for a plate of roast caracals, some mulled wine? No? I see you've not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll. I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. Well, you guessed correctly, sir.
The incident with the new frontier hands? No.
It's
you have
voiced,
not.
huzzah!
I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurthus soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her debts. 'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait? Halone's blessings be upon you! Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
Ooh. Horsefant. He a pretty cool dude. He a pretty cool dude. Alright, so it's straight out this way. Wee. Goofy flying giants. Wee. Because there are two to ask of me. Pray speak plainly, I am a man of action, I need no honeyed words. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the Fury. But you do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess that 'tis a sad truth that the wild hereabouts have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. 'Tis not merely their newfound organization that confounds us. Heretics themselves seem somehow changed. Is this a primal? Is there a primal here in Quarthus? I know not the manner of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervor. 'Tis unsettling in a natural zeal. A primal? Do we have a primal in Quarthus? Perhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims. Fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a traitor was waylaid on the road. Patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to the infirmary. Assuming he's regained the use of his faculties, merchant might recall some small detail that could aid you in your task. And I mean, hit that, but alright. Upstairs, perhaps? Yeah, upstairs. Tell you what happened? Why, yes, of course, I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackhearts. I was traveling my usual route to Whitebroom Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armor, crystals, they were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." Dare say that is where they're hauling my goods, but you'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Alright. Didn't really hold to a no witness thing. They seem to have left a trail by leaving that guy alive. Yeah. And we got him now. Ah, draw your weapon foul. Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You've come seeking heretics. We share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced to cross one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. I have perceived. Glimpse a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretics must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best we were to return to Whitebroom Front and lay our suspicion before Lord Drillmont. I'll be so honest, unlocking flying for your mounts really makes this world feel so much bigger. Because instead of being limited to, like, the ground paths you can normally travel, you can just fly over mountains and shit. For sure, yeah. It does make traveling a little too quick, but, like, hey. Be good. Pierce owe you my thanks once again. Surviving Knight spared no detail in the report. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. If they should be bested so handily, I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder prepared into what may well be a very lair of our enemy. Pray return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Horshathon of your discoveries. He will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart fanatics, the freezing height of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Alright. Hey, so, yeah, nothing. We got nothing.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart? Indeed, and this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Damn, we didn't get that far. I thought maybe we'd get in, but we did not. Unfortunate. Back to Mordona. Hey, bud. Be good. 'Tis good to see you return to the toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Quarthus? Thus 4 attempts to send us a second shipment, I must say thanks to Lord Horshaphant for his continued generosity. And even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it'll attract the ever greater number of those who would do us harm in the name of greed and power. All of us, Alphanos and new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. I'm unable to use any of these. I'll take that one though. I will go for a Reaper eventually and check that out. While you were away in Quarthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist could do with a hand? Alright, Tataru, what's up? It's causing you problems. Tataru time.
These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I am sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, Pika, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid! Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits noted on their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alphino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Scions will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose.
Oh, there's one in here, right? No. Right outside? Yes. One. Shoot. I will be right back.
Alright, apologies. I am back. Oh. Me a sandwich and some ice cream for lunch/dinner. I already had lunch, breakfast, now it's lunch, dinner time. Dinner, yep. Pretty much. All right. He's up on the wall. Okay. There you are. Oh, shit. Okay. Now to report back to Alphino? Yes, Pika. Tatsuru mentioned you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've met the rest of the recruits? Some few answers to the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there's much a small corps of elite warriors can achieve. I mentioned I'd thought of a name of our company. It's my hope that it shall be soon known across the breadth of Eorzea. Moment of truth draws near, Pika. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus, does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all!
For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready.
Hell yeah. Made commander of those older than you while you're still in teenagers.
I'm
Crazy.
eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Urianger. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder. Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelin silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Damn. Oh. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope the shipment is spared the fate of the last. Winds are uncommon fierce this day. Oh, damn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The Ossians are in Corthus. That is Corthus, right? Yep. Uh-oh. Ah. Try as I might, I cannot shake the creeping sense of dark foreboding. It avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late. The beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. But until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ossians, Urianger is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the Dark Beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of more current matters, particularly the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when help comes from you. Alphino's entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you'd go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Man, what better place to hide from the Scions than a place they are not permitted to go? What is it, Pika? And do be concise, I'm rather busy. You'd lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions. But I digress. Fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter for myself. My presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Pika. Oi.
Hail to you, sire. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning.
Yeah.
Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root.
Hell yeah.
Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
Another instance of we got traitors in our midst. How many times is this gonna happen? It's a big issue in Korthus, and now it's a big issue in Ul'dah. Then again, a lot of the traitors in the midst of Ul'dah is the fucking merchant leaders.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
I really do like how much they're ramping up the voiced scenes, though.
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many. But fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye, we've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it.
Even you could be a traitor? Maybe I'm the traitor?
Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you were an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Uldar to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first?
Oh.
Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, sire. Suffice to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Levueur. Oh. Benoit crown. Yeah, the only hats I can wear, and they conflict with my hairstyle. We returned from Ul'dah, Commander.
Not a moment too soon. Something has happened.
Trouble?
You recall the Fourth was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination.
They're making more hats work properly on Vieira next patch after like 2 to 4 years of them existing. Finally! Like, do what other games do. Make like little holes for the bunny ears. That's how it works, right? God damn it.
According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Call those braves who are afield.
Beg your pardon, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for your aid once more, sire. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have.
Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing. But of course you are. And now, Alienne of the Fourth lies in wait at the Tangle, near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out and she will apprise you of the situation.
Them damn Garleans. Down with the Empire.
You would aid us in the rescue mission. We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Resh, or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions, must rescue her without delay. Our orders may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is as strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find the Resh before it's too late. Giant mud puppy, no biggie, I guess. Yeah, no biggie. We go. Let's see, where am I going? I call this infinite flashbang attack. Where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place, Resh cannot move with these wounds. She will need to be carried out. I believe diversion is order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garleans will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. Yes, conjure holy spam effective on the eyes of our enemies and us. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. Alright, let me kill this guy too, because I gotta kill this guy for my logs. And rock. And rock. We just bullying what remains of the Empire's presence here now, I guess. Yeah. Well, I mean, why not? They deserve it. And flashbang. And flashbang. And flashbang. And flashbang. You obtained a lump of Garlean rubber. Whoa. Stealth.
Have at ye. I dare ye come close. In flashbang. In flashbang. Totally not Garlean spy marking down everything you're doing right now. I'd like to see him try and beat the holy power of flashbang. Man, they almost got me. Good thing I'm too strong for them. I still don't know how to use this ability. Afflatus Solus. It says it costs 1 lily, but like, what do I get? What do I get a lily from? The raw, unadulterated power of a bunny boy. You know it. I mean, Holy Spam's too good. It's a fucking big damage AoE with stun attached. Have you done all the available job quests? Currently, yes. Alright. And away! You should have it if you have the Solus ability. I mean, if I do, I don't know. Let me look at all my abilities. So... traits. Oh. Yeah, but how do I get that? I don't think I have a quest. It's related to your healing gauge for every 20 seconds you're engaged in combat, up to a maximum of 3. How do I get that? I'm level 53. And I don't have a class quest. Just not cool enough, I guess. I suppose. I've awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission's success to Commander Levure. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones.
I mean, I don't really need it anyway, because it literally does the same exact thing as Cure 2, with just a higher cost. But it's an instant cast. I guess that's what makes it better, is that it's an instant cast. Oh, it's part of the Heavensward job quest for 52, that's why. Oh, because I'm still not in the expansion yet, it's not available to me. Yeah, and I don't really need it. It's the same. It's pretty much just Cure 2 with the instant cast. It's whatever. It's just like I have it, but I can't use it. Ah, it does me well to see you thus returned, though I doubt not your prowess. Entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture. I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman who you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Pika. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we've identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Pika, I realize you have scarce caught your breath. I'm afraid there's no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Korthus. I have been granted an audience with Ishgardian dignitary, you see. The man expressly requested your presence. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. Uh-oh. You've been blessed with a rare opportunity, Pika, an audience with Ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We had to treat with Sir Emeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. It would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Emeric wishes to meet the man behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Korthus. Perhaps you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than with the thrust of a sword. Ah, the sword is mightier than the pen line. Hey, thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Oh, Minfilia. I'm in danger. The man being courted by the Ossians that we don't know are being courted by the Ossians wants to speak with Mia specifically. Meeting with the Nishgadian ambassador? By all means, I think it's a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphino believes your presence may help him secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Antecedent, I take it Pika has explained the situation. He has, yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. These ship guardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The questions of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I have no more than is generally known. The notorious reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Ablathia's spine. Ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of the Alamigos' fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of the Convenience, who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed to the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They've rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Kotno, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I've tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so, rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past. This time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I've yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead, Pika. Our old friend, Lord Horshafont, is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further integrated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Welp. Let's go get into some trouble. Ah, Pika, ever a welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climates.
Ah, good Master Alphino, an honor as always.
Likewise, Lord Horshaphant. Forgive us for yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise.
Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Forthames may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at least willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries as Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is a grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Emeric arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desires to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees.
As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith.
Well, we've been expecting you, sir. Pray take your ease inside, and I shall summon the others.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Oh, yeah?
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emeric. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Sir Emeric.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the Primal Menace. The Beast Tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Whoop. Whoop. Uh-oh. Whoa. Sounds like we got a problem. We're being set up to turn all of Ishgard against the Eorzean alliance.
to help sever the ties even further. Be so kind as to elaborate. Isart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder's Downs. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. Seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush would be our first concern. The trail's yet warm, we must act swiftly, as Lord Horsefant said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Pico. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Art thou sabotaging us? Are we being sabotaged? By a saboteur? Fly, my flame giant, fly! We must make it there post-haste. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for. Eh? Lord Horsefant bids you speak with us? Then you must be. Beg your pardon, Scion. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. Whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. It would have been easier to just steal it. Though a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared. Probably with wagons of their own, hidden away off. Ah, but pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis naught but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. And away! Upstairs. Alright, buddy, what say you? What you got? You've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance of the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as, lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought. Some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek. And then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And there was red everywhere I looked. Tried to fight, but took a blow to the head. By the time I came to, the others were dead, and the heretics were unloading the wagon. They'd have killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Isart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrections. They spoke of Shiva. Yep, you're now further ahead of me, that's awesome.
Man, you were in the patch quests when I first started, and I'm ahead of you now? Man. As sorts of people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. Welp. Back to Alpha now. Man, fucking Drew was very mad to find out that Alphino is pronounced Alphino and not Alphanod. He thought it was Alphanod and kept calling him Alphanod, and I was like, you know it's Alphino, right? And he's like, no, it's not. Shut up. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? It seems Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphino? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. No, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she is the patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. The amount of names with silent letters in this game is definitely big. Yeah, you can tell there's like some French influence with their names here, where you only pronounce half the letters. Wait, you say... Lord Hoshafan, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a large quantity of crystals. Do you not see Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would with Primal? Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Hoshafan, would you agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. Yeah, like I've said, I find myself sidetracked a lot in this game. I've been doing a Realm Reborn relic weapon grind before I finish the patches. But now I can't let you stay ahead, so I'm gonna have to shift focus. Is that what the crystal tower thing is? The Sons of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is given. Our support is given. I will need to send a word to my brethren in Reverend's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of the summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure you would not miss this for the world. Crystal Tower is the Alliance raid. It's a big 24-man raid. Ew. It does have story significance too, though I don't think it shows up until much later. Yeah, no, it said something about it, like, I'll end up, it said I'll hit a point to where, I'll have to do it to continue the quest line, but I could do it whenever. The persistent attack on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. As before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After appraising Minfili of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Pika, pray join me in Whitebroom Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmont should be eager to oblige us. Shall see you there, then. Good. Away! Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Lord Drillmont. A band of pilgrims has seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. The garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Last, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, the self-same frozen wall, which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the appearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to wipe in front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intention from the start, Sir Emeric. And so it begins, my friend, though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Perhaps Lord Drillmont has one in mind. Yes, yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. There's aught else you would have us do. Pray speak, and it shall be done. The fuck is this dude doing up here? Bro's just dancing. Look at him dancing. Seems as though we are one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I'd like to believe the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. Joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the selfsame result. Fortunately, we're not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Gilmy. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered so long has much been in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in the future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in White Broom Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If the man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and Crystal Braves. Upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the other heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Gentremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Oh, hello. It is you. Alright, we have adventures to go do. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. And so shall we. They left the confines of the fort, they must be followed. Ooh. Stealth. The suspected heretic follows the road east. So shall we. Suspected heretic heads south. Oh, I know where he's going. Maybe? No, I don't. Bam. Hey, where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bullocks off here. I'm here, you blooding oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Sole duty is to the bloody echo. Lower your voice or they'll hear us in White Broom Front. Yes, of course, the Temple Knights are in Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about. Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use tunnels. Dead before they know it's happening, nevertheless. You waste my time again, is that clear?
Ooh. Ooh. Whoa-oh. Spaghetti-o. In a way.
Well, did your investigation bear fruit?
I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet the few snatches you were to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It seems the heretics are aware of our operation, and confident that they can thwart it. The comrades in Boulders Down are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. I'm so close to being done with Red Mage. How's it going, Drake? 1 level to 90. We've long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear the Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, that the heretics in Boulders Down are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Durandare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of a storied warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulders Down. If Alone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy, Pika. The lives of our allies are at stake. Alright. Here we go. In a way. They've already been taken down. And flashbang. And back we go. Away. My knights sent no word of your coming, Pico. What has happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. Now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. Make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. Parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. Traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. Timetable is not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. Time is of the essence, Pico. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them not if they are cut down near the sword or drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Emmerich everything we have discovered. Fly where? Over there. Okay. Sir Emmerich, the danger! It is coming! Pika, this is a welcome surprise. Perhaps the only one of us thus so far. As you can see, you have yet to uncover any hidden. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Levue been informed? The Braves must be made aware. It must be here. I am certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we.
I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it, this is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is. Come here, girl. Ida, hell yeah. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are getting a similarly warm welcome. Commander Lemieux. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels. After spotting the enemy breaking the surface, but that's not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly, the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Ha, just as I suspected. Amongst the warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Some of the others were going in. A moment, Alpha, now. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. The tunnel is indeed as near as you say. Greater numbers would be more of a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. Change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich to keep the heretics at bay here, you will go to wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. It's just you can't upon your allies. There are not too many, or Papalimo will sulk. The entrance to the tunnel, sir, it's just over here. We have not seen the heretics breaking the surface. We would never have noticed. Sir Emmerich's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Ooh. What 'tis be this? What 'tis be this? A dungeon? We have a dungeon? Wowza. We have a dungeon. A light party dungeon. That's been a moment. Ooh, pretty. Boom, that was very close. Our tank almost went down there. This music is way too calming for what's going on. No, kid. Boom, bam. Yeah, and I can't get rid of that deep freeze. Boom. I'm doing everything I can. Oof. Boom. I Wait, what's our next objective? Finger the apostate. What I finger another man's apostate? How's it going, May? How's your bump doing? Or like a motherfucker, but got medicine for it, sent off. Vulture, want to cry, but here I am. Oof. Let's tame this beast. Oh shit. Oh, well. I messed up. I barely got hit by that. Oof. Throw cheese. Let's see if these two got it. Can they do it? Looks like a struggle, but they might have it. Ah, I see. There's one that is good. That is what happened to me. Oh, big break. Come on, you guys almost got it. Hell yeah. We did it. We did it. We did it. Hooray.
Their tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
Oh yeah? Come on, gas me up more. Fun run, that was defo a Dark Knight
I
playthrough.
know who you are, and you know who I am.
Ice bitch.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
I'm gonna keep calling you Ice bitch.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light.
Yeah, my staff's blinking at you. What about it?
I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost.
Just tell the dragons to calm down. It's that easy. Fuck off.
In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
I don't think so. And I'm just gonna let her do it, aren't I? Man, I really am worse than Goku and Vegeta from Dragon Ball, aren't I? Just gonna let them do it. Bro, got fucking tank. That took longer than I expected. What news, Pika? So Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did.
She escaped because I let her escape.
In any case, now that you have cleared a path, Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 'Twill be praised, Pico. We may yet return to the situation to our advantage.
I think the way they're getting through the wall is through the aetheryte crystal that's in there. I mean, I kind of just let her walk up to it and disappear.
Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Urianger have been busy pursuing the archives of House Fortemps, gathering what information they can on Shiva.
Getting through the wall is by the hole.
Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold.
Just walk right through that ice.
Antecedent, you came to us straight from the archives of House Fortemps. I trust your time there proved fruitful. Would that it had, Urianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins according to Ishgardian faith.
Oh damn, people be sleeping with dragons? It's gotta hurt.
Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question.
Exactly. Now you're talking. Now you're talking, Minfilia. How is that possible?
Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortemps. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issue with her methods.
I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Till the sappers confirm that the tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander.
You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Halone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravinians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder?
There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will. That unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front lines, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. but I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and Scripture tells us only so much. Would that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure, less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhaps he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman, of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure that have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. Sole exception being good King Moggle VII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplication of Mogglesgarn. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. That is not placing one's faith in a higher power than what is. Crystals and conviction, Filia. They have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Sherlayan may be able to assist us. I pray you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. Just have Ishtala do what she did before with the Titan Aetheryte. Alright, what's another matter? Third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Porthos is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you are not aware. Good. I knew you would understand. You, Hayes, can appraise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium, Captain. Captain Ilberd and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. You, Hayes? There you are, Captain. Commander Levier instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the Third hail from Ul'dah, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danafin Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Alright. And away! Those balls, my ankle's on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danifid Pass. Hurry and you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Alright. Straight down we go. Is what coming up? It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's there. Rex leads southeast. Yes, I want him. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There's a great-scaled beast in... You, Hayes? I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's there. Do 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 do. Oh. Not gonna say much. All I'm gonna say is I want to spot for the next one. Hey, if you want in, you can come in. Got the room.
How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late or be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds.
Alright then. Woo. I am
through with listening to your excuses. We leave now.
How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates.
We'll stay with him then, if you think you're fair any better.
Now, there's no need for that.
There are places like this in my homeland. Now sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Lady Ugiri, you came! Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep.
No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation.
Damn it all. Fancy meeting you here, Pika. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither. What a tangled web, lest you wonder we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. Came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Ugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphanod is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from recurring. These days ahead in the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Ugiri, and one which I will gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far. Shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come, Pika, let us wait inside for Captain Ilberd to return and deliver his report. Captain Ilberd seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we were spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Captain Ilberd, your report, if you will.
Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquire their information on the shipment routes.
Go on.
You will recall the flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed in Revenant's Toll. Main's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, particulars of which we would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fourtemps. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant.
I think I can guess which one. None other, with a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding...
Oh, with a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics.
Well, that is one mystery solved at least, but what of Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask?
I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed.
You mean to say that the agent is among Ruban's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment?
Just the most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand.
To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years.
I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the three grand companies, VoD was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. VoD's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Robon faced from founding Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks.
Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company.
Good deal easier than now, eh?
The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private eye. Though the monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, 'twas not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nail Van Darnus' ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raban with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to present.
Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I'd expected to hear from them ere long.
Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they noticed anything unusual, I want to know all about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies.
Understood, Commander.
I shall send word to Sir Emmerich informing him of our success in identifying the heretic abettors. Hopefully the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians.
It is time, Commander.
Yes, I'm aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany Pika. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the Antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry.
Whoop.
Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until another path to a sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Infili and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nofika's altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stain together.
Okay, so what's going to happen, we're going to have the chat, and as soon as the chat's over, or in the middle of chat, it's going to be revealed that Shiva has been summoned. That is my guess. Shiva, the dragon fucker. My thanks for coming, Pika. When you are ready, speak with Conjure yonder. She will allow us to the Lotus Stand. Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them now?
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Is it the bitch who ran away?
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Ooh.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
This guy looks like an asshole.
Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader, not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall.
You're not invited to the Emperor's birthday party, it
strength
seems.
enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new Emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
Maybe.
If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
The Empire probably knows about the Omega weapon. Not to be confused with the Ultima weapon, the Omega weapon, which is even more powerful. Is Raban lost back there? He stood there staring at a wall for at least 10 seconds. I will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. The reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. Nations' leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little unless to the common folk. Take the Lomensons, for instance. Though Admiral Merylwib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for the grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. It is likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the old Dons scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Ul'dan society, Telegia Edelegy, for example. But that is besides the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders whether they have a cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue the conflict at Cartano is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we must present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing, let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deemed the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end, Pika. All that remains is to corner our quarry, seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Korthus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy.
Very well. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Listen well, the spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Aline Royale, Raban's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Vishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he informed the Grand Company, Raban chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The Monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the Monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Royale was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the Monetarists? Ooh. But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Our foremost interest to us is Royale's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Raban attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames' records for evidence of Royale's guilt, but if we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing in the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? You have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. Royale is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate, with me, Scion. So Royale has entered the Carlin canopy, meeting someone perchance? Or could it be she means to board an airship? Pray look for her within. If she's not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. Oh, okay. Stretch. Oh. And hydrate. There we go. Appreciate ya. Appreciate ya. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Femi is her name. I shall remain here in case Royale reappears. Not up here, so downstairs we go. Pika, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Nowhere to be seen, you say? You're sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the seven hells could she have gone? Roost, how could I forget? Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Muntoy tonic? Cup a day and be made with great vigor, if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You are Shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Think to 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Royal would have disappeared without a trace. Ooh. Yeah, we'll put it on for now. Fancy. Wait, shoot, I still gotta accept this. Alright. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and do that. This way, my friends. Eating my Oreo McFlurry? Yum, that sounds good. Your quarry makes for Hawthorne Hut. For Royale is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation is order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friend at Garland Ironworks provided us with devices which disrupt these communications. We've installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we've made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Royale would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalane without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. 'Tis the reason I believe that she has chosen the Black Shroud for a clandestine meeting. The Elizin are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like it to turn any heads.
As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. Just ordered from a hibachi place myself? Yum.
This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's hut and catch Royale in the act.
People report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch.
The Ivy returns to the Gnarls when she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing, we will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with Garlean masters?
The countryman and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends.
Time for a whole bunch of running around. Oh boy.
Just beyond, Royale is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt.
This is it with me. Flame Marshal Elaine Rural, you are under arrest for treason and espionage.
You were followed, you bloody fool. Damnation.
You are unarmed, milady, and scarcely garbed for battle, but if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try.
What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Twelveswood? When last I looked, there was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers.
You would feign ignorance, then. Very well. If you do not think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had.
I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Even a warrior of Royale's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhaps then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve. Let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Pika? So the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. And I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of the shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe, so please give it some thought. Till next time, my friend.
And back to Mordona.
Bum, 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 bum. Man, I love how you said something was coming up and it's been so long and nothing has happened yet. Soon. Welcome back, Pika. I understand Alphino has a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against Aline Royale? I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Bacon broth? As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Shadowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctum of some description. It is there that we suggest she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the House Four Temps caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it'd be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetheryte to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetheryte upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess expertise. A colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. Right to the northern gates. Okay.
Minfilia, am I right?
She looks very angry.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
She looks very angry. She got the resting angry face. But she is big lady though.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister. A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
I don't know about that one.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Urianger, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on.
Ooh.
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Onward! I've already informed Alphino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeder described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done on our behalf, Pika, and that I have faith you will return to us, as you always have.
Onward, backward, onward, backward, onward, backward, backward, onward. Leftward, sideway. East? I thought you said west. W for Wumbo. Have you tried Wumbo? God, that ad scared me. Got an ad? Oh, that's a pretty mount. Good to see you, Pika. I'm starting to wonder if you're having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends to the interrogation of Elaine Ruel and will die even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the ivy upon your return. W for what? Ad jump scare. I trust that, by which means to say, the others are waiting for us at the 8th rite. After you, Scion. Power of friendship! There, it's ready. Huh, it worked, I think. Try tuning to the 8th right now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Pika. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. Egg. Cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. If she succeeds, you have no choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if our own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Mumbrida's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Ah, before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emmerich. Sir, Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read to you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Speak of Gibraltar, the warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you chose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Helone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Ooh. Alright, so you guys are wanting to join me on this? Is this a 8-person or a 4-person raid? Or trial or whatever. It's hard, so it's an 8-person. Okay. I see. Let me deselect this. Whoa, party!
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more.
Uh-oh.
Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Uh-oh. Oh, damn. I mean, not a fan of the hair, but...
Got this potato chip. Oh, where'd she go? Oh shit. And the music switch up. Holy fuck, that's cool. We did it! Hell yeah! Don't water me. What are you watering me for? Hells yeah, we did it, guys. That was pretty cool. Honestly, the only downside, like the eight-man trials are really cool. They just go by so quickly. Like they feel too easy. It is older content.
Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great.
Music always slaps, it does. The fucking, I already forget his name. The primal that the sylphs worship, his music was pretty cool. I liked his too.
Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth.
Ramu, that's what his name was, the primal. His music was cool.
Redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander a mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Oof. At 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Iceheart did what? You're certain about that, are you? Javanians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. You're sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough, I was only asking. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. But before that, you'd best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front and speak with Alphino. He's probably worried sick about you. That, or he's busy playing politics with Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. I gotta do something real quick. Alright. Now where was I? Whitebrim Front. course he's upstairs. Ugh, stairs. I have to go do officer stuff in my free company. I shall be back if there's any more trials to do. Hey, thank you for coming by. It was fun. It was fun. There he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration, and one which we have Pika to thank. Yes, you're right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Drillmont, is the caravan ready? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport, in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the selfsame supplies the heretics stole from the House Fortemp's caravan? Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, on an unrelated note, Pika, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of her. Well, to Camp Dragonhead. What were you thinking, Pika? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway. And then engaging the abomination in mortal combat. By the Fury, Pika, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of a dear friend for veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. Ah, but you are here now, and that's what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wishes to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory. Hold on a second.
Okay. Back to what I was doing. So, outside and around, let's go have our secret meeting. Is this going to be voiced, please?
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the Calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Well then. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reprisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes the primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they may deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all of Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Pika, it is better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. Mordona! Oh, look at that, the weather. It's purple. Orple.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before. Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Boom. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard Soma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if aught is amiss? Pika, 'tis well that you are on hand. We have a problem. Roel has escaped. Happened shortly after the immortal flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Ruel quitting the city via the gate of Nald, with a bloodied spear in hand. She makes for Castrum Meridianum, I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the first are hot upon Ruel's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and join the hunt. Oh, good lord. Why, thanks for coming, Scion. I've spoken with soldiers here. They say that Ruel walked through the camp and not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Raban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, and so here we are. Ruel must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum. Oh, I gotta leave the party. This wretch was with Ruel. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. That God's damned harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her.
Flashbang spam, man. Too strong. Bind her and do it tight.
Yes, sir. Good work, men.
She and her imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better.
Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. Saddens me to see you fallen so low.
What would you know of low?
You, a spoiled little lordling who has never known anyone. People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we lowbornish guardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me a paragon when I joined the Flames.
To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person ever to have suffered. In case you've forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was a constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that we had been dealt, and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye. But no matter what fate threw at us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for.
How are we any different, then?
'Tis true that we were both mercenaries of lowly birth. 'Tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. Whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it's that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice. The people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter.
Not much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that the sordid business is finally at an end. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raban chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Roban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. Ah, but I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and appraise Minfilia of all that has happened. I am aware that the antecedent held Royale in high regard. For better or worse, you will want to know how this tale ends. Welp. I gotta go check my AC. It is getting hot. I will be right back. Okay, that immediately feels better. Downside of my apartment, the AC cools my bedroom down a lot quicker than my living room. So while my bedroom is cold, my living room is hot. So I just got a fan blowing all the cold air from my bedroom to my living room. Problem solved. If you guys hear any fan in the background, just let me know and I can turn it down.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what
Pronounce that again? Wayu? That is not how you spell Wayu. What? That is Royale. How do you get Wayu from Royale?
Together with Robon, Eline lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with White Auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to Auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had two pieces of white auracite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auracite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Asian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Oof.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Seven hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Hell yeah, Raban a real one.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Uldar whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldar's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Uldar.
The true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Uldar to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Uldar.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Rauban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Ooh. Oh, what is this? What is this block? Ugh. Battle of Embers, the Navel, and the Howling Eye all on hard. I have to do them. Sure.
Where do I go for these? Is it just over in their areas? Are there quests for it? From each respective military headquarters. Start with Ul'dah. Well, there's one way to find out. A society quest. How do I get this quest? Oh. pick up all these quests while I'm at it. New game plus unlocked? The fuck is that? Okay. Now let me also hide these. Oh, he's got all these ones.
Oh. He did it! Damn. I didn't get the infernal weapon coffer. Big Sage. Alright, back to the Waking Sands. Because next is the quest In for a Garuda Awakening. In for a Garuda Awakening. In for Garuda Awakening.
If it bleeds, we can kill it. In for a Garuda awakening. In a Titan spot. I return with my red mage at 90. Yip yip hooray, as they say. Hells yeah. Oof, gosh. To be fair, I don't think we have to do all these. But we can do them anyway. You have to do all three, do we? Because it said quest completed as soon as I unlocked it. It didn't say we had to do it. Or wait, no, we do, because it said we had to do the trials themselves, not the quests that unlocked them. So we do have to do all three. Garuda's got some really cool music as well. Oh, right. She is the wind, so it makes sense I can't use my arrow on her. That person just have a backward shoulder twitch on TikTok, I suppose. Ooh, that is a cool staff. It was their Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. That's one way to grow, I guess. Yeah, except I didn't really get to see it. We left immediately. Yeah, one more. Nope, I don't need to go all the way up there. I need to go over here, because next should be Stola with the Titan. Yep. God, I don't have that one. Oh. Tune to this Aetheryte over here real quick. That's the edge of the map. Oh, I gotta go down and in. Okay. Oh, can't go that way. They really made this one annoying to get to, didn't they? It's time to rock. Man, this other mage just keeps taking the full brunt of those attacks, man. This other fucking healer. He said, let me stand under this guy. Did I? Okay, I revived the person though. This other healer literally is just... Both healers are down. This other healer has no idea how to avoid damage and is not really helping a lot. Yeah, our other healer was quite literally taking the maximum damage from every single thing, and they weren't healing. It's like, bro. Yeah, we have to. That one's on me. I didn't know how to fucking dodge that one. Okay, both healer. I'm down. This one's kind of tough. There we go. That one was actually kind of tough. That was interesting. It doesn't help that he has 7 phases. Fun fact, each phase has like its own track. Oof. Well, that's kind of neat. Still like the wind one better though. Alright, I should be able to go do this one now. The main quest. Yeah, I'm ahead of you. I'm ahead of you, you boy. Yeah, you eventually get locked out until you've done all 3 of the hard trials for the original 3 primals. So it's a good idea to go do that as soon as you can if you haven't done so already. I am most eager to address the Ascian threat, however we dare not neglect our other pressing concerns. Both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relationship with Ishgard is still tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of a primal threat was once the sole priority of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you not forget, Antecedent, the Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. Were not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason? True, we are presented with a multitude of problems, however, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Pika, in particular, is ever a steadying hand, who I trust will continue to support the Braves. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have there been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking officers was Garlean agent. Suffice it to say, Teleji Aladegi and his monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Raban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. I am to stay abreast of the latest developments and issues effective orders. However, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Monbrida's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I'm not familiar with the details. Urianger is poring over his tomes, The Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways.
That's the key problem. How to form an ethereal blade at will remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it's only a matter of time. Pika, while we focus on that task, mayhaps you assist Alphino and his braves with theirs. It would do much to restore faith in the immortal flames if the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command and ordered him to investigate the Ul'Dan riots. When you have finished here, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Alright, I do gotta use the restroom real quick. I will be back. Alright, let's get back on track. Real. Pleasure as always, Pika. You'll be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it? Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you'd be so kind to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries into the source of the weapon that's found their way into refugees' hands way back. So happens we caught wind of something promising. A rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things by a black marketeer holed up near Highbridge. I doubt this man would have secured such quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer the transaction remain secret. Brings to mind the merchant that caught an arrow while talking to Pika, don't it? Generous fellow, he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we may capture the black marketeer as well as his clients. What say you, Pika? Then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ul'dah. I expect good tidings. Whoop! Whoop! If we can catch this well, the Sultana might not have to relinquish. She can do its best for the people. There could be other options. Though we don't know she's planning on doing that yet. I think she's gonna end up doing it anyway, though. Pika, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer. It seemed that his guests have arrived. It also seemed that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard, common thugs of no consequence, but they nevertheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standing, and Commander Levure needn't have dispatched you hither. But powerful men ever have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, 'tis only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. First unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Pika. I spy the one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and create a distraction, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeer unawares. Once you dispose of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Let us be off. Good luck, my friend. Before we do that, I need to kill some of these. They're so cute, I don't want to kill them. Goes there. Adventurer, damn fool, you should never should come here. I don't understand. What's this all about? Ah. As you can see, this is a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a hidden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panics, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard and to bring an experienced recruit. Major Levier will be most disappointed. Damn it all, golden opportunity wasted. As for the clients, though we know not how, they slip past our perimeter. Presence, the first is currently tracking a party of Duskerite sellswords we suspect may be them. Will do. With that, we could have enlisted the aid of Immortal Flames to brass blades. Alas, we're here to aid them. They're in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we have secured the weapons, yet even that accomplishment is lacking. For the information we received indicated a massive shipment, and this is anything but. I will join the first in their hunt for the Duskerite sellswords. If the good gods are good, we will catch them before they escape to the Black Shroud. Meantime, I ask you to deliver these weapons to Ul'dah in my stead. Trust them to the third Yu Hasai. He will take care of the rest. Ah, the Warrior of Light, ever reliable friend to the Crystal Braves. You have my deepest thanks for assisting in Corthus. Now what brings you to us this day? Gift of weapons from a certain black marketeer, courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, I'll have them delivered to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Riol stated with confidence that there would be far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood, clearly. Riol is unfamiliar with the ways of Roldan merchants, who ever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We should be thankful that this information was not completely erroneous, and that we managed to achieve anything of worth at all. It's still something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to worry about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There'll be no fighting if I have anything to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch, not to seek glory in battle. If you have no further need of us, then I shall take my unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the Fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Alien, for the freedom of all. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the immortal flames will hear of your contribution. Until we meet again. Pick up a word, if you please, yeah? Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Remember for whistling this time. Don't worry. Ooh. Thanks for indulging the request. A few places better than a market for privacy, I find. All the hustle and the bustle of commerce means most conversations go unnoticed. I'll get to the point. At the Burned Wall, when you and the captain erupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. It's Duskrites they were chasing. Latest word is that we lost the trail. But you never saw him yourself. Not before the fight started, not after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in my bones. I'm not daft enough to be misled by some merchant's drunken boasts, or our information was reliable, goddammit. I know he purchased his weapons. As if I've never deciphered any money launderer's books, or had to follow a transaction back to its source. Plenty of that back with the Braves were getting started, believe me. I mean, I wanted assurance that we were taking Gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days, the money flows like water, and the first and third get the shiniest new toys. Forgive me, friend, I have a lot on my mind these days, and I appreciate you letting me. Right then, let's get back to it. Pika, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence is urgently requested at the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. Uh-oh. The first and third companies are corrupted. Thank you for coming so quickly, Pika. We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. A most, determined lady by all indications. Our guest is with the descendant of the solar at the present. Let's not keep them waiting any longer, shall we? Uh-oh. It's her. What's going on now?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you. I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate on the nature of the matter which brought you to us.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm. Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
The old Curthan rhyme, aye. The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of Garlemald. Only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Gallian fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Ariange has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all, much less that it was Midgard Soma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept? We knew you would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Forgive me if I state aught which you already know, but I would ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As Urian stated, what we now call the Keeper of the Lake is the wreckage of the Agrius, former flagship of the Imperial fleet, and the corpse of a worm responsible for its destruction. 15 years ago, at the next step in his campaign to subjugate Eorzea, Gaius van Belsar attempted to seize control of Mordona, So massive was his force that all thought his victory was the foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came to Eorzea that day. Midgard Solm, legendary guardian of Silvertear Falls, burst forth from beneath the waters of the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would later become known as the Battle of Silvertear Skies, the Great Worm felled countless airships before engaging in Agrius. In the ensuing struggle, the flagship Cerulean's engines failed and it tumbled into the lake below. Yet this victory came at a great cost, for the explosion which followed claimed the life of the Great Worm as well. The same explosion transformed Silvertear Falls into the desolate wasteland it is today, draining the lake of its waters and crystallizing aether for miles around. Yet the remnant of the lake remains, and at its center a constant reminder of the fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emeric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the keeper of the lake. Be wise to speak with them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you within. Now then, let us not neglect our own task. There is much to be done and precious little time to do it. Alright. So this is the lands. Garleans? This is a dungeon, isn't it? Yep, Keeper of the Lake. Do you want in on this one, Orbix?
Think you're almost free of a realm reborn, am I? Ooh. Seems to be a rather quick dungeon.
Uh-oh.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
We did it! That was pretty neat. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve. Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. 7 children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art powerless to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, noble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent. Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
So he took my blessing.
Of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life. When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
So he stripped me of her blessing. No more gummy rocks for you. Privileges revoked. But I got a new minion? What? Okay. We shouldn't waste time talking with me. Alphina left a message stating that you would return the Rising Stones at once. Yeah, I need to, because holy fuck. I've been stripped of my abilities! My gummy rocks! They were tasty! I want them back! Raise the 12 that you are hale and whole. I came as soon as Memphilia informed me of Sir Emmerich's request. You have completed your investigation of the Keeper of the Lake, I take it? That I would hear your report. You conversed with Midgard Soma. I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. I would understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, and hath in sooth lain dormant these past 15 years. Less a resurgence and more of a rejuvenation, for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Those words were ambiguous at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. However, we dare not divulge your conversation with Midgard Soma in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of a Drovinian is a grave and necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. For your own protection, and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emmerich's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Is there something you are not telling us, Pika? You seem different somehow. 'Tis almost as if you are missing something. Something important. 12 for Fend. Midgard Soma stripped you of the blessing of light. Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. Beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Midgard Soma made mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silvertear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Althea, brothers Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgard-Sormr ever watch over the source, from which all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke? It was not the god with whom he treated, but Heidelin herself. Well, if he's watching over you as he claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burden our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn, or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? Ah, so he's testing me. He wants to see what I can do without her blessings.
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Oof. Nearly 1,000 years. All that time, not once have their enemies breached their defenses and entered the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magical wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgardians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard-Sormr who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Till such time as they chose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance, and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Monbreda had requested a gathering of the Silence. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Ascians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with the Crystal Braves.
Alright. All done with your talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Asians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we?
Back to the solar. Just left the solar. We're heading right back.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Asian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Asian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Asian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Asian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White auracite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white auracite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Asian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Asian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the great river of ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? a malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
This is a cool cutscene.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you're able. Go well, and be safe.
Okay. Um, Oh, I still have a long way to go. I'm not reading the name of the quests because I don't want spoilers, but got two more big quest arcs after this one. Yeah, I'm halfway through this small quest arc, and then there's two long quest arcs afterwards. Okay, so she's going to reunite Uda. Major Levier sent word that you'd be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amaja. But returning to the task at hand. Flame's reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Roban's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. We speak with Lieutenant Edelstein, that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. Meantime, I will inform the others that you've arrived. No doubt it will become welcome tidings. Soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds in Operation Archon. With that, we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. Civilian draughtsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a look, and our worst fears were confirmed. The boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design, no less. But, by my orders, the Flame Station here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we are unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. I've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the Castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared their support with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head on. I've praised your fellow Scions of the situation, and I am heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alian and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. I have us with us, Pika. I'm sure Lieutenant Edelstein has explained the Garleans have departed a small force from Castrum Rudiana. The main column assembles to the north near Dalman's Talons, but we've also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on their approach to the west. We wish to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilbert. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bids you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless, holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plane's defenses and other numbers to your counterattack. Reinforcements are welcome. We have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, it would be the best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much cerulean. Let's take this fact to the Garleans. A wise course, indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Scions will join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. If the Third then worried, light, your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuhase. The scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you are around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now the detached force we've sent eliminate the split smaller squads, better conceal themselves in the terrain whereabouts. I imagine we'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And seeing as you're an army unto yourself, I have assigned you an areas to scout, clean of enemy soldier side. This will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back when the task is done. Happy hunting, Scion. Ugh. Grimsire, I'll take that mean between us more than a few airlines we can make it back to the Castro. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another of those Magitech horrors. This time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Alien know the west is now clear. I'd appreciate if you do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. What news of the Garlands? The raiding parties are no more, then. Excellent. The Amagina engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alien has reported the sound of victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is, the Rodigan lady with the large axe. It would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of battle. I know not what test keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thanaland is no place to wander alone, even for capable sources such as her. I would certainly feel better if you could check in on it before you continue on your way. Alright, lady, don't get yourself into trouble. Right, the crystals. They all just left you by yourself.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me, an axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth. Meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. and you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh, dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nobrialis, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Uh-oh. Oh. I gotta kill these. Four of them. Yeah, oh no, something's bad's about to happen. Oh, come on, I just need one more of them. Is there none around here? There we go. Ouch. You here? Miss Louisa staff is kept in solar, isn't it? Quickly now.
You two!
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know. Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings. How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Oh. I mean, I could kind of just heal her right now, like... But no. It's not gonna let me. God, just one person. Just one person. All you have to do is... There we go. Fuck, jeez. Took them all. Oh. And he gone.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this? No. No! Cannot! No!
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free! Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
Moonbreeder! No! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
Damn. So that's how she went out.
Moonbreeder. She's gone.
See, the staff is synced to a crystal, isn't it? Why couldn't she just use that? Are we too far away from it? The one she synced?
You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Man, where was all this concern back when Thancred was taken over and nobody realized he was missing? Oh, Moonbreeder's gone for like 5 minutes. Where'd she go? Thancred's gone for like fucking weeks. Not a word.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Ariange know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hitherto the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice, was the realm spared its doom.
I mean, I assume mainly it's because they trust him on his own. After all, he's a rogue who takes care of reconnaissance and scouting when he must, but even so, his silence should have raised a few questions. Like, bro is sulking for a while, and then he just disappears. And he's gone for what we can assume is a long period of time. And the next thing you know, the Empire raids the compound and kidnaps everybody. And like, here we are talking about,
Oh, where's this scion? Where's this one? Where's this one? Well, we gotta go save these ones. Oh, it's great to see you alive. And not a single mention of Thancred. Until it's revealed that Nasine took over his body. Not a single mention of Thancred.
Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louis Soir I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louis Soir hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart. Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louis Soir's will before the end? The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
Have I seen Oriange so utterly defeated? No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Charlayan Manor to celebrate Moonbreeda's life and mourn her passing. Moonbreeda was a native of
Perlay, and I feel it only fitting we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It is a monument found at Rathfrost and is sacred to Thaliak, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we shall pray for our dear friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. I just realized they can't kill off any of the main scions, so they keep introducing side characters to kill off shortly after. First was Neuraxia,
Forgive me,
and now Moonbrita.
Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange. Other bargains will be struck.
Though we have said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as the antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet I also believe the grief we feel now is precious in its own way, not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Pika? 'Tis
'Tis as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. Battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louis Soir, Moonbrita, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will not be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Pika. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. Alright, so that's the end of that arc. I don't have time to finish another arc. I do have work tomorrow, so unfortunately I do have to end stream here. I will put Discords in the chat, though, for anybody who is interested. I'm going to go back to an inn. That was a touching ending there. I don't know if I'll continue this next time I'm live. I do have Cybros Monday with Pengu. I might stream some after, but I don't know if I'll continue the story. We'll have to see. Because I'll probably be doing something with them, unless they have to dip. Yeah. This was a lot of fun. And I'm excited to push through next time and finish the story and go and unlock the Astrologian. R.I.P. Moonbrita. It was an honor. And with that, I will see you later, crew. Goodbye.